Representatives, we are ready to get this back underway. The House will come back into order. Reading clerk, we have some standing committee reports. Let's please do those before we cast off.
House Bill 34, sponsored by Appropriations, Firefighters, Retirement Plans, and Act relating to compensation and benefits. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 34, Firefighters, Retirement Plans, respectfully report same back to the House with a recommendation that do pass with the following amendment. Ayes, Representatives Elliman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chairman. House Bill 35, sponsored by Appropriations, Firefighters Paid Leave and Hazard Pay, an act relating to the Office of State Lands and Investments. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 35, Firefighters Paid Leave and Hazard Pay, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass. Ayes, Representatives Elliman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chairman. House Bill 36, sponsored by Appropriations, Forestry Conservation Program, Wildland Fire Module, an act relating to the State Forester. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 36, Forestry Conservation Program, Wildland Fire Module, respectfully report same back to the House with a recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Elliman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraft, Vice Chairman. House Bill 45, sponsored by Revenue, Long-Term Homeowners Tax Exemption Revisions, an act relating to taxation. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3 Revenue, to whom is referred House Bill 45, Long-Term Homeowners Tax Exemption Revisions, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Brown, Campbell, Lean, Locke, Lucas, Riggins, Stivar. Conflict, Representative Storer and Worth. Representative Locke, Chairman. House Bill 78, sponsored by Water, Forest Health Grant Program, an act relating to state forestry. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5 Agriculture, State, Public Lands, and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 78, Forest Health Grant Program, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Forstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 85, sponsored by Management Audit, Post-Election Audit Procedures, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 85, Post-Election Audit Procedures, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 86, sponsored by Management Audit, Removal of County Officers, Election Code Violations, an act relating to county officers. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State, and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Bill 86, Removal of County Officers, Election Code Violations, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Johnson, Ottman, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Noes, Representatives Davis, Fornstrom, Provenza. Representative Winter, Chairman. House Bill 105, sponsored by Appropriations, K-12 School Facilities Appropriations 2, an act relating to school buildings and facilities. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 105, K-12 School Facilities Appropriations 2, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Elliman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraft, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Bear, Chairman. House Bill 106, sponsored by Appropriations, Smoke Buster Module Leaders, an act relating to state forester. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2 appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 106, Smoke Buster Module Leaders, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Alaman, Angelos, Bear, Haroldson, Pendergraph, Sherwood, Smith. Representative Pendergraph, Vice Chairman. House Resolution number 2, Federal Mineral Royalties State Share, a joint resolution requesting Congress to introduce a bill and enact law to increase the state of Wyoming share of federal mineral royalties from 50% to 87.5%. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, to whom is referred House Joint 2, Federal Mineral Royalties State Share, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Davis, Fornstrom, Johnson, Ottman, Provenza, Schmid, Strzok, Winter. Representative Winter, Chairman.
Thank you, Reading Clerk. We have one re-referral. If Vice Chair Banks, Ag.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to re-refer House Bill 78 to Committee Number 2, Appropriations.
All right. Thank you. Here you go, ladies. Okay, unless there's Representative Yin, please.
Mr. Speaker, privilege of the floor.
You may,
Mr.
please.
Speaker, thank you. In both the South and the North Gallery, we have 2 elected officials from my neck of the woods. So I would like to give a big warm house welcome to the Mayor of Jackson in the South Gallery, Arn Jorgensen, and our Teton County Assessor, who doesn't know that I'm calling her out, in the North Gallery, Melissa Schinkel. Give them a nice warm welcome. Thank you.
Welcome to the House. And we would like for you folks to maybe, if you have snow, share it with some of us others moisture-wise. No? No snow? Okay, well, if you get a little extra, don't be stingy. Share it with the rest of us. Okay. Thank you for being in the House. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, unless there's anything else from the members, we will go ahead and get ready to go back into our introductions. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if they have any skiers that can teach us how to ski, that would be great too. Congratulations on the Olympics
Yep.
for Jackson.
Congratulations, Breezy Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 22 and ask for your favorable consideration.
First, I'm sorry. Next bill for our consideration introduction is House Bill 22, recall of elected municipal officers. Chief Reading Clerk.
House Bill 22, sponsored by Representative Heiner. Recall of elected municipal officers.
First reading of the bill.
Recall of elected municipal officers.
Representative Heiner, please.
Thank you,
proceed.
Mr.
2 minutes.
Speaker. I'm sorry, I'm still a little clunky here.
That's all right. We're trying to get ahead of ourselves.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we elect officials, sometimes they don't turn out the way we intend or thought they would be. We all know that. There was a small town in Wyoming a few years ago, elected some officials and quickly found out it wasn't what they had anticipated. More than half of the town signed a petition to recall that individual. They took it to the county attorney and the county said, there's nothing you can do. There are no statutes to recall a town council or a mayor in Wyoming. The statute resides in part of our statutes for commission form of municipal government, commission form, not town council and mayors. 100 years ago, it used to be a commission form of government, kind of like we have for county governments. But 100 years ago, everybody went to a town council and a mayor. So there's nothing in the books to do this for a town council and mayor. So this bill simply takes that section in the commission form of government and moves it into another section where it can apply to a town council and a mayor form of government. So what it does is it has, and then it repeals it where it was. And so this applies to all forms of government in a town or municipality. So if the people in the town are dissatisfied, they simply have to collect 25% of the registered voters in that town, have them verified that they are authentic, and then that sets up a recall election. Then the person being recalled is automatically put on the ballot with anyone else that wants to be on that election. And it goes through a recall election to see if who they want to retain or replace. So
Time, have we got time?
Thank
Okay, we need, any opposition? 1 minute. No opposition. Representative, would you like 30 more seconds? Okay, we're good. Okay, members, you're voting on House Bill 22, recall of elected municipal officers. Reading clerk, take the roll. Or not reading clerk, chief clerk, take the roll.
Ellamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Klauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 22 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 9, Minerals. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill number 98. Committee clerk.
House Bill 98, sponsored by Representative Haroldson.
First reading of the bill.
Prohibit Red Flag Gun Seizures Act penalty amendments. Enact.
Representative Haroldson, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 98 for introduction and ask for your favorable consideration.
Please proceed.
Folks, this is an addition to our Red Flag Gun Seizure Act that we have voted into law. And what this does is it puts a criminal penalty into it. It's 1 year, $2,000 is the scope of it. And it's just adding a new subsection 9-14-303 as we continue to look and kind of align that civil and criminal penalty aspects into it, and would ask for your favorable consideration.
Any opposition? 1 minute. Seeing none. Representative Halverson? Very good. But members, you're voting on House Bill 98, prohibit Red Flag Gun Seizure Act penalty amendments. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Klauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly,
Excused.
Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 55 aye, 6 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 98 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 3, Revenue. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 75. Reading clerk.
House Bill 75, sponsored by Representative Clouston.
First reading of the bill,
Virtual currency kiosks.
Representative Clouston, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 75 and I ask for your favorable consideration. Members of the House, this bill addresses a rapidly growing problem here in Wyoming. It deals with fraud and criminal activity with the virtual cryptocurrency kiosks. A lot of people call them Bitcoin ATMs. Over the last year, Wyoming has seen a significant increase involving these machines with scams and fraud. Last April, I met with my local law enforcement. And they brought my attention to this issue. In my county alone, $3 million was lost last year to fraud using these machines. These are not speculative losses. They are documented cases involving seniors, veterans, and hardworking Wyoming residents, and they believe they were complying with legitimate requests. Law enforcement has been very clear. These kiosks are used routinely, not for just financial fraud, but drug trafficking, human trafficking, and other illicit activities. Because they allow near instant irreversible transfers with limited consumer understanding and limited safeguards. This is not an anti-technology bill. Wyoming has worked hard to be crypto friendly. This bill was crafted with consulting law enforcement, our association that takes care of our older people, and legitimate kiosk operators. Its purpose is simple. Distinguish responsible, legitimate operators from those that are robbing Wyoming residents. This bill establishes basic common sense guardrails, transparencies, clear warnings, and accountability. Bad actors will no longer be able to use and confuse our people as they go to use these. Right now, once the money is deposited in one of these accounts, it's essentially gone. Victims often realize they've been scammed only after the transaction is complete.
Time.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone want to speak against this? In opposition, 1 minute. Seeing no one go to the microphones, Representative, you've got 30 more seconds if you like.
Thank you. I look forward to sending this bill to committee and working with all of you to try to safeguard Wyoming. This can have an immediate fix to a problem that's really affecting our people. I thank you for your support.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on House Bill 75, virtual currency kiosks. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Stybar, Tarver, Thayer, Washit, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wolf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Angelos, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 75 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 3, Revenue. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 13. Reading clerk.
House Bill 13, sponsored by Representative Brown, Gary.
First reading of the bill.
Ivermectin, no prescription required.
Representative Brown, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 13 and ask for your favorable consideration. 5 states have passed ivermectin over the counters or sold without a prescription legislation. These states include in 2022, the volunteer state, and then in 2025, the Razorback state, the Gem state, the Bayou state, and the Lone Star state. At the beginning of our session yesterday, 6 other states were running ivermectin over-the-counter bills or without a prescription. That included the Grand Canyon State, the Sunshine State, the Peach State, Magnolia State, the Beehive State, and the Cowboy State. As of this morning, 2 more were added, the Clemente State and the Mountaineer State. The human form of ivermectin was developed in 1970 and introduced as a safe medication for human use. In 1987, ivermectin was discovered as a cure and prevention for river blindness in more than a dozen African nations. This medication has been found to be effective against all types of human parasites. Also, based on current data, the cancer induced rates in African, sub-Sahara African nations, especially those using heavy ivermectin treatment for river blindness, were found to be less than in Western countries and high-income nations. Furthermore, studies indicate during the early years of COVID-19 pandemic found that countries that had a large-scale program for river blindness using ivermectin reported
Time.
significant.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other members that would like to speak in opposition to this bill? Representative Clauston, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to give some history here. The studies out of Africa, and there's another study out of Brazil that said ivermectin helps with COVID and other things. But the studies say it helps because these people have parasites. And as you take the ivermectin and you kill the parasites, the people are healthier. So that's the background on those studies. So, and there are other states that are passing this, but they're making you do a consultation with the pharmacist to get them over the counter since there's not a physician involved.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? 1 minute. Opposition? Seeing none, Representative Brown, you have 30 seconds. If you'd like to use it. Well, Representative Ottman. Thirty seconds in support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'll say is the FDA has approved it for parasitic worms and head lice. And I know over in my neck of the woods, head lice is a bad problem. And to take these children every day to the doctors is a big deal.
Members, let's keep our voices down.
What I'll say too is that according to the Japan Academy of Biology and Science in 2011, they said,
Time.
oh,
Sorry about that. 30 seconds goes by quickly. Thank you, Representative Ottman. Members, you're voting on House Bill 13, Ivermectin, no prescription required. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 38 aye, 23 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members of the House, House Bill number 13 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 67. Reading clerk.
House Bill 67, sponsored by Representative Connolly.
First reading of the bill.
Eligibility for Veterans Property Tax Exemption Amendments.
Very good. Representative Connolly. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very important bill.
We need, excuse me, Representative, we need to move the bill.
Mr.
Yep.
Speaker, I move House Bill 67 to ask you for your favorable consideration.
You're sure will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a really important bill for our veterans. What this does is it allows for Army Guard, Air Guard, and other veterans that don't qualify currently under this exemption to be allowed to be part of the exemption. Wyoming is competing with states with private sector for Guard personnel, and many states now offer meaningful property tax relief and similar benefits. The current Wyoming law ties the exemption to specific eras, expenditure like expeditionary medals and disability status, and can exclude otherwise long-serving Guard members who have trained and mobilized under modern missions. The veterans exemption reduces, oh, I don't want to skip that part. So there are a number of benefits to this, which our National Guard people are local people and they serve locally. They work, they have jobs, they come to floods, they come to tornadoes, all those sort of things. And Guard members are often the very first responders when it comes to these wildfires and different events. It would help with retention and recruitment. The extended eligibility helps Wyoming retain Guard members, recruit new service members, and keep military families rooted in Wyoming. This cost represents a small fraction of the total statewide property tax collections. And Wyoming has a strong reputation for honoring our veterans. These changes reinforce Wyoming's values of respect for service. Support.
Time. Thank you, Representative. Those in opposition? Representative Stivar, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this is over an $11 million hit to the budget because this is reimbursable. The program is actually set up
Yeah.
for combat veterans, people that not by their choice, it wasn't my choice to be in combat, but by being pushed into that. It was started in World War I, and you have to have combat infantry badge. The new, I forget what it's called. Vietnam service ribbon, World War II service ribbon, saying that you were in theater to help them, the individuals. So on and against.
Thank you, Representative. Any other representatives? Speaking in opposition, you have 1 minute. Seeing none? Okay, Representative Connolly.
I would like to turn my 30 seconds over to
good.
Representative Filer.
Representative Fowler, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And folks, when we're talking about our National Guard, they also deploy in war zones, fight in wars. Operation Enduring Freedom, what's with that ribbon, right? I mean, we were going to talk about the Vietnam veteran ribbons and all the other wars that we're in. You got all these service medals. Well, we have Operation Enduring Freedom also, which a lot of our military members, even though they are Guard, have that ribbon and that medal because they do fight overseas during Operation Enduring Freedom. A lot of our Guard members were on rotations.
Time.
Gone.
Thank you, Representative. You were shoving a lot of words in the short order. That was a good job. Okay, members, you're voting on House Bill 67, eligibility of veterans property tax exemption amendments. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, repeat, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Singh, aye. To no. Campbell Kevin, no. To conflict? Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 45 aye, 10 no, 6 conflict, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of elected members, House Bill 67 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 8, Transportation. Representative Larson, privilege?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor, if I may.
Please.
So members of the House, I think we'd all agree over the last few years as we've had property tax conversations that we have really placed an enormous burden on our county assessors and put them in the position of implementing all the crap we've thrown against the wall. And appreciate their work for keeping us in between the lines and helping us to really bring tax relief to our constituents and doing it in a manner that can somehow be enforced and done. So my hat's off to our county assessors, and I'd like to recognize my county assessor, Tara Berg, who's here. Not only my county assessor, she's my friend, and like her to stand and be recognized.
Thank you for joining us today and welcome to the House. Thank you for being here. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 29. Reading clerk.
House Bill 29, sponsored by Representative Davis.
First reading of the bill.
Trapping licenses, non-resident reciprocal licenses.
Representative Davis, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move House Bill 29 for a favorable consideration from the body. What we've got here is a reciprocal license between states, and due to the fur trappers, they have some issues with it, okay? In one state, we have the animal, in another state, we don't have the animal, but that state can come and trap in ours and vice versa. Anyway, all this does here is clear it up, give it crystal clear that if you have it and we have it, you can do it. So it just brings clarity to the bill, takes any of that human error out of it. So I'd appreciate a favorable vote on it.
Thank you, Representative. Any in opposition? Representative Lean, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just asked the bringer of the bill to please explain how if a non-resident is setting traps in Wyoming, they will be here in a timely manner that is ethical for hunting.
Thank you, Representative Lean. Any others? 1 minute. Seeing none. Representative, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't quite catch all that, but we can have a little sidebar on that. But, this has to do with other states coming here. We have the animal and they're trapping them, and they don't have them in their states. So we shouldn't allow them to trap them here if they don't have them there, is what it boils down to.
Okay. Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on House Bill 29, trapping licenses, non-resident reciprocal licenses. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Fornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly.
Excused.
Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Haroldson, aye to no. Knapp, aye to no. Lean, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 42 aye, 19 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 29 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 5, Agriculture.
This for.
Next bill for our consideration, House Bill
Thank you.
2. Reading clerk.
House Bill 2, sponsored by Representative Filer.
First reading of the bill,
Fast Track Permits Act.
Representative Filer, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to. Oh my goodness, I just totally lost it.
Top right-hand corner of that, right underneath the microphone,
I move. Oh, wait, hold on.
to the right. There you go.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 2 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, this was a bill we had last year. It was a fast track permit bill to allow builders and developers to have good timelines with their municipalities and counties and building departments, so that way they could plan accordingly when they're doing a project. In last year it had, commercial and residential. This year we scaled it back to residential. We got some definitions in there, worked with a lot of the building departments to find something that they could agree upon as far as a timeline. A lot of the contractors and developers around the state have shown big interest in this bill, to where they can actually have something that's way more predictable within their building departments and getting these permits out quicker. Quicker in 2 minutes.
That done quickly. Any opposition? 1 minute. Seeing none, Representative Filer, good? All right. Members, we're voting on. I already turned the page, almost got rid of it, sorry. Fast track permits, House Bill number 2. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Allemand, no, to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 2 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 9, Minerals. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 76. Reading clerk.
House Bill 76, sponsored by Representative Stivar.
First reading of the bill,
Exception for annexation with landowner objections, repeal.
Representative Stivar, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 76 and ask for the favorable consideration. This is a repeal bill. All it's doing is repealing paragraph C of 15-1-406, which states if 75% or more of the premier of the area to be annexed is contiguous to the corporation limits of the annexing city or town, provision is of subsection B of this section does not apply. So all that that's doing is taking that away to let the residents that have bought out in the county, stay in the county as they go, they can vote on. It just gives, they can go vote on it, 50% or more say they don't want to be annexed. They can't be annexed. Then it sits for 2 years. The city can come back and try it again, but it stops that just land grab for the city. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Anyone in opposition? Seeing no one moving to the mic, Representative Stivar? Oh, Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, folks, I can just make an appeal to Article 1, Section 7 of our Constitution, which says no absolute arbitrary power over the lives, liberty, and property of free men exists nowhere in a republic, not even in the largest majority. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition? 1 more minute. Seeing no one in opposition. Representative Stivar, you have another 30 seconds if you want it. Oh, that was the 30 seconds. Okay, that works. Okay, Chief Clerk, let's call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson,
Aye.
Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly.
Excused.
Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker.
Excused.
Are there any changes? Geringer, no. To aye. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 45 aye, 15 no, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 76 has been introduced and is assigned to committee number 4, Education. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill number 39. Reading clerk, would you please read the bill?
House Bill 39, sponsored by Representative Washut.
First reading of the bill.
Firearms rights, restoration amendments.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 39 for introduction and ask your favorable consideration. Constituent came to me, tells me a story that he had been convicted of a felony, nonviolent felony in another state. That state had restored his rights and he thought he was good to go. And in June of this year, he went to a firearms store, purchased a firearms product, passed a background check, and got the firearm. In July, he went to the same firearm store trying to buy a firearm and was refused because he failed the background check. What changed? Wyoming statute changed. The law that we passed last year on restoration of gun rights has been, in my mind, misinterpreted, but interpreted nonetheless by the attorney for our state in a way that says that Wyoming does not honor a restoration of rights made by another state. We can fix that with this bill. I don't know how many other people are wandering around Wyoming right now thinking that their rights have been restored by their home state where they used to live and think that they're good to go, but they haven't tried to purchase a firearm recently. But in fact, under our interpretation of the law passed last year, they are not. So I ask you to at least let the committee bring this bill before us, have a good discussion, see if we can get this restoration of gun rights done right. Please vote aye.
Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Not seeing anyone? Not looking for the 30 seconds. Chief Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman,
Excused.
Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 1 no, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 39 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 1, Judiciary. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill number 41. Reading Clerk, if you would read the bill.
House Bill 41, sponsored by Representative Webb.
First reading of the bill.
WHP, DCI, and Warden Retirement Benefits Amendments.
Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 41 and ask for your favorable consideration. This bill is really to correct what I consider to be an error that occurred 2 years ago. We had the unfortunate incident in Wyoming. We had a peace officer get killed. This body and the body down the hall both voted in favor of increasing the surviving spouse benefit for Wyoming peace officers from 62.5% to 90%. The only problem with that is that the people that patrol our highways, our agents that investigate major crimes, and our wardens that manage wildlife are under a different umbrella of the retirement system. So it excluded them. And so this bill allows for the surviving spouse to receive to receive that 90%. In other words, it would be raised from the 62%, which is what it was 2 years ago with the Wyoming peace officers, And still is with the patrol and so forth, raises the surviving spouse benefit to 90%. I would appreciate an aye vote to try to level the playing field for these important officers. Thank you.
Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Seeing no one moving towards the mic, Representative Webb, you have another 30 seconds if you want it.
I'll just add that it's my hope we never have to have this type of an incident where we have to have somebody gain this benefit, but I would sure appreciate the aye vote.
Excellent. Thank you. Chief Clerk, would you please call roll?
Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown Gary? Brown Landon? Byron? Campbell Elisa? Campbell Kevin? Chestick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Filer? Fornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly, excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lane? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Allemand, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 41 has been introduced and is assigned to committee number 3, Revenue. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 11. Reading clerk.
House Bill 11, sponsored by Representative Williams.
First reading of the bill.
Eminent domain, landowner bill of rights.
Representative Williams, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 11 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 11 is a landowner bill of rights. Landowners such as myself occasionally engage with other parties regarding eminent domain. And I've had that conversation several times in my career. And when I first had that conversation, it was very intimidating to me. I interpreted the mention of eminent domain as a threat. Partly because I was not aware of my rights under eminent domain, and I was not aware that there are 2 statutes that require a landowner to be notified of eminent domain. And so this bill is an attempt to educate landowners like myself during the process. If and when eminent domain needs to be mentioned, there will also be a brochure that is produced that advises landowners of all of their rights under existing eminent domain law.
And then bring those back to.
And I would appreciate your support.
Thank you, Representative Williams. Any members want to speak in opposition? 1 minute. Seeing none, Representative Williams, 30 more seconds if you like.
This bill needs a little love still. And there are several amendments that have been proposed, friendly amendments, that if and when this bill clears the threshold and makes it to committee, there's some amendments from several different parties that certainly will help this bill. And so I look forward to having that discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill 11, Eminent Domain Landowner Bill of Rights. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Larson JT excused to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 11 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 5, Agriculture. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill 109. Reading clerk.
House Bill 109, sponsored by Representative Bratton.
First reading of the bill.
Property tax exemptions, application date.
Representative Bratton, 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 109 and ask for your favorable consideration.
Please.
Last year, this legislature enacted a 25% property tax exemption for owner-occupied homes. That exemption was applied automatically without homeowners needing to take any action. Beginning this year, that changes. Homeowners must now go online and affirm that they live in their home at least 8 months a year, out of the year. If they fail to do so by March 1st, they lose their exemption and their property taxes will increase significantly. That March 1st deadline was set administratively and only very recently. Despite substantial outreach efforts, nearly 100,000 eligible homeowners statewide have not completed this registration. According to my county assessor, in my own county, roughly 3,500 eligible residents remain unaware of this requirement. The first direct notice that homeowners will receive that their taxes are increasing will be when assessments are mailed in late April. By then, it will be too late. The deadline will already have been passed. This bill makes a narrow, targeted fix, and it moves the deadline to the second Monday in May, allowing homeowners a brief window after receiving their assessment notice to sign up. This amendment does not expand the exemption, it does not change eligibility, and it does not increase cost. My county assessor had confirmed that this deadline is manageable and allows time for them to meet their June 1st reporting requirement to the Board of Equalization. This bill simply prevents thousands of Wyoming homeowners from being blindsided by a property tax increase that many have no idea that is coming. This bill is appropriate in a budget session because it deals with taxes, revenues, and protects our taxpayers. I ask for your support to introduce the bill and allow this policy discussion to proceed.
Thank you, Representative. Is there anyone in opposition want to speak on this bill? Representative Yin, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I'm probably part of the county that has the most people that apply for the tax relief that require applications. So we're talking about that property tax refund program. We're talking about things like the veterans exemption because it's a significant portion. And I heard the same thing from my treasurer and my assessor. Not that many people are applying for it because frankly, the super high increases have basically leveled out. So more and more people feel like that they don't necessarily need it. I've advertised the program, my treasurer's advertised the program, my assessors have advertised the program. People know about the program, and every single elected official, I'm sure all of you guys are also advertising the program. So the question, I guess, is if it is making it less manageable, and I actually heard a different thing from my own assessor, why are we putting this in statute instead of making sure that people that are administering the program can do it the right way? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any others in opposition? 1 minute. Any? Seeing none, Representative Bratton, 30 seconds if you so see fit.
All right, thank you to the good representative for bringing that forward. I applaud our assessors and the county, and I know in my town, they have let people know in many ways. It's been in the paper. Just so many people have done it. I personally sent out a postcard, letting people know, but I can tell you, I am surprised by the people who have called to thank me on that postcard reminding of this that have no idea. I think we are all so connected that we see that and think that everybody knows, but I think especially the people who need it the most, who actually are on fixed incomes,
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, members, you're voting on House Bill 109, property tax exemption application date. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 54 aye, 7 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 109 has been introduced and is assigned to committee number 3, Revenue. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill number 40, Reading Clerk.
House Bill 40, sponsored by Representative Harshman.
First reading of the bill.
Suicide prevention.
Representative Harshman, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 40 and ask for your favorable consideration. Mr. Speaker and members, when I started teaching, it'll be 40 years ago this fall. So my training was probably, 45 years ago. Boy, we were instructed as teachers, never talk about suicide. Never say that word around kids that you might somehow give an idea or those kind of things. And obviously we've learned a lot since then and we've made a lot of progress. And here in Wyoming, of course, with our 988 line, we have it in our state standards. I'll read those to you here in a minute, share those with you, but we have it, our state superintendent has to provide materials. We require, as part of a federal law and a state law, we require every teacher now to get 8 hours of training every 4 years to make sure we're updated on that. But we still, our 15 to 19-year-olds are still double the average rate. And, but we are making progress. And so I think the thing with this bill, it's much like our K-3 reading program. We have K-3 reading standards. But over the last 6 years, this body has been bringing legislation to really strengthen that and to emphasize that. And really what this bill does is bolster our standards. And really, because here's the issue, when you guys who have raised kids, when they're 16, 17 years old, they talk to their friends more than they talk to you. And I think the deal is to now really train those friends. What do you do when your friend's talking to you about this? And we have about 30% of our school districts are really doing a pretty good job because there's certified trainers in all of our communities. They're firemen, policemen, they're clergy, they're first responders, business leaders that have had this training and help our school districts and bolster that. So
Time.
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Any speak in opposition? Representative Lean, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this bill is we have social emotional learning standards that are taught within our schools, and most of those cover just suicide prevention. I have students that do a combination of school, homeschool, public school, BOCES, and they manage to get this prevention training. So on and against that, we give one more mandate to the Department of Education.
Thank you, Representative. One more in opposition, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part of my concern with this bill is it's the camel's nose, right? I guess I don't understand why we've been having this conversation for several years and why the person who oversees our department that educates our children has not done this job. This is a job that can be done by that elected official and doesn't require us to mandate what curriculum is in our books, our statute books.
Thank you, Representative. 30 seconds for the bringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just share with you the rationale for our state standards, 6 through 12. An emphasis should be placed on identifying and learning how to prevent suicide, bullying, violence, poor nutrition, poor sleep hygiene, physical inactivity, and the use of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. I think this body can take a step forward and say, we want to put an emphasis on this, and here's a way to help bolster these standards. And so I'd ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Perfect timing. Okay, members, you are voting on House Bill 40, suicide prevention. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Allemand, aye. To no. Knapp, aye. To no. Tarver, no. To aye. Tarver. Tarver, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 31 aye, 30 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 elected members, House Bill 40 has failed introduction. The next bill for our consideration will be House Bill 88. Reading clerk.
House Bill 88, sponsored by Representative Heft.
First reading of the bill.
Public funds lobbying.
Representative Heft, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 88 and ask for your favorable consideration. Simple bill. It protects taxpayers by prohibiting state and local government entities from using public funds or resources to lobby the legislature. Tax dollars should be spent providing services, not paying lobbyists, funding lobbying associations, or promoting institutional agendas. House Bill 88 also adds real accountability by requiring annual compliance certifications and enforcing consequences for violations.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone want to speak in opposition? Representative Larson, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would speak in opposition of this bill as we look at the associations. We have assessors up here, county clerks, county commissions. All of these are elected locally, and they need to represent to us the positions that their constituents expect them to do that. And they need to be down here. And they can't do it we shouldn't expect them to do it on their own funds. We don't. We're down here lobbying. We're lobbying all afternoon for things that we think are important, and we're getting paid for it with public funds. And I think that as you look back on these associations, whether it be hospitals or medical or construction, they really help us understand. They're the professionals in their area, and they help us understand the issues around the bills and keep us from going into the weeds.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Washington, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our committee, we often hear testimony from one of these associations, and it's invaluable. We otherwise would be flying in the dark on many of these topics. We don't fully appreciate what it looks like on the ground where these people work. And I think it's essential that this body have folks like this available to us to inform our decision-making, because otherwise we can make decisions about all sorts of areas of government that we don't fully appreciate and understand. And then we have to come back the next year and try to fix it because we messed something up. It's valuable to have this information delivered to us at the legislature.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Heft, 30 seconds from rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This does not constrain lobbying. This constrains who's paying for it. The Wyoming taxpayer is looking for some continued relief. Think about it. They're asking because many times the things that they want, they're lobbied against by their own people that they put into place. So think about it.
Thank you, Representative. Body, you are voting on House Bill 88, Public Funds Lobbying. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Heiner, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 27 aye, 34 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 88 has failed introduction. Okay, you got a brief privilege of the floor, and then right after that privilege of the floor, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like for all of you to do me a favor, stand up and let the blood flow into your legs. We've sat here quite a long time, and then we will get right back into it, but you need to stand up, move around. Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Privilege of the floor.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, in our North Gallery, I would like to welcome former Representative Tony Nemec in the North Gallery.
Welcome back to the House, Representative Nemec. Glad to have you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, by all means, stand up, move your legs, whatever you need to do. It's good for you. You'll help your brain to work and function as you allow the blood to flow into your feet so you can feel them again. And we will get right back at it. We'll give you a couple minutes and then I'll call you right back in. Okay, members, let's see if we can kind of break ourselves back into the chamber. Huh? Yep. Yeah, the chance of getting all of you back in here, I just need 42 of you. That's really all I need. So the rest of y'all can just stay outside. Come on back in. We'll get ready to go. I know that was a good idea because of the smiles on your faces and the food in your hands and things like that. Give you a chance to kind of gather your thoughts. Next bills for our consideration will be HB 111, 112, and 122 when you guys all get back in here and get settled back in. Thank you. I have energy for the rest of the day. Brought me 2 Almond Joy bars. Representative Williams, you want to go in there and flush? Oh, you're going to want to say something. Oh, okay, here we go. Representative Williams, do you have something for the body?
Mr. Speaker, privilege.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to introduce 4 individuals today that are foundational to our culture. Professional rodeo cowboys who ride for Team Wyoming. In your South gallery, Bobby Harris, world champion team roper and Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame inductee, Sheridan College rodeo coach. He's a Campbell County native. Dusty Tuckness, 10 times PRCA Bullfighter of the Year from Meeting. Chet Johnson, PRCA Saddle Bronc rider from Buffalo. And Seth Glaus, PRCA bull rider and UW rodeo coach.
Thank you for being here, gentlemen, and welcome to the House. Appreciate you coming. Okay, look like we got most of our members back in here. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 111, reading clerk.
House Bill 111, sponsored by appropriations.
First reading of the bill.
State-funded capital construction.
All right. Representative Pendergraft, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 111. I ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, this is the state-funded capital construction. It is basically a routine thing, but each one is unique. I would ask you to take the time and pull some of this up and look at the projects that are listed there. I would say that construction in Wyoming never stops. We have to keep maintaining the things that we have constructed and that we own. And so you will find in the last portion of this bill, the major maintenance for that. I would point out a couple of things on the projects that are to be constructed. We have included money for the Veterans Home in Johnson County. We also have at LCCC an ongoing project reciting a number of these buildings. And you will notice that the funds requested are basically private funds that they've been donated for this project. So this is authorization for them to continue and keep those projects going. I think that pretty much covers what I had to say.
Very good. Thank you, Representative. Anyone to speak in opposition? House Bill 111. Seeing none. Representative, 30 seconds more if you so see fit. If not, members, you're voting on House Bill 111. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members of the House, House Bill 111 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Next bill for your consideration is House Bill 112. Reading clerk.
House Bill 112, sponsored by Appropriations.
First reading of the bill.
Riverton State Office Task Force sunset.
Representative Bear, Chairman Bear.
Thank
2
you,
minutes.
Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 112 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Riverton State Task Force sunset. And what this is that the task force has finished their work early. This was scheduled to be done in 2028. They have finished their work and we want to close this out here in 2026. And they'll be reverting $40,000 back to the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account, having completed their work under budget. So we're appreciative of their work and we're ready to shut this down. That's what this bill does. I ask for your favorable vote on this.
Thank you, Representative. Any speaking in opposition? Seeing none, Representative Bear, would you like another 30 seconds? We good? All right, members, you're voting on House Bill 112. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 112 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill 122. Reading clerk.
House Bill 122, sponsored by Appropriations.
First reading of the bill.
Wyoming Rural Health Transformation Program.
Representative Bear, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 122 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it in the news that after the One Big Beautiful Bill passed, much funding has been sent out to the states, and we received our base amount plus the maximum award for our rural health transformation funding from that source. That means that in this biennium, we are going to receive a total of $405 million in federal funds. That's quite an influx of funds into our health programs. So we've developed a plan with the Department of Health. I'm sorry, the department that takes care of our health. And that plan is to take those funds and in the first year, we will make 20% of that available for spending on lots of programs like critical access hospital incentives, emergency medical service, regionalization, workforce education, both for doctors, nurses, and EMTs, and another portion for postgraduate education, and many, many other things. This bill allows this body and our colleagues down the hall to really have a say in how this money will be spent and how it will be used in our communities. The other 80% in the first year will be put into a perpetuity fund. It's not a fund that will go on forever, but it is one that will extend the life of this program. We expect the program to go on for 5 years. The use of a perpetuity fund will extend that out to 20, possibly 30 years. We will spend all the money on these programs, but we want to slowly integrate this into our communities. The year 2 through year 5, it will be 70% that will be put into the fund, 30% will be spent. And then all those years after that, when there's no new monies coming in, we will spend the fund.
Time. Thank you, Representative. Anyone speak in opposition? No opposition? Representative, would you like 30 more seconds to finish your thought?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to really get into a lot more details, but I wanted to give you a flavor for what's in the bill. Really important that we get it out here so that we can discuss the bill. And I want to get you a lot more information. Please vote aye.
Thank you, Representative. Ladies and gentlemen, you're voting on House Bill 122. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman,
Excused.
Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
Harshman. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 122 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill 120. Reading Clerk, please.
House Bill 120, sponsored by Representative Campbell. Kevin.
First reading of the bill.
Energy Product Reclassification and Sovereignty Act.
Representative Campbell, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 120 and ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 120, the Energy Product Reclassification and Sovereignty Act, is designed to transform Wyoming from not a raw natural gas exporter into a manufacturing hub for high-value energy products. This bill's goal is to create long-term economic growth through creating new manufacturing opportunities for the state. It is designed to boost the state's natural gas industry by encouraging local manufacturing. It provides for an expedited licensing and permitting process for facilities located within a sovereign zone to reduce red tape and speed up industrial development, attracting new Wyoming manufacturers. West Coast states have passed laws that make it hard for us to sell our fossil fuels. By turning that gas into something else, like hydrogen or fertilizers, Wyoming will be able to sell these new manufactured products without hitting those same legal roadblocks. This bill allows Wyoming to establish specific industrial sovereign zones. These zones are focused on encouraging the production of value-added products. These zones are focused in, well, by value-added products, I mean, we're taking raw natural gas and processing it into high-value materials. This bill creates a gold standard for Wyoming products made with our ultra-low methane emissions. This helps Wyoming companies market our products as premium. We get a very much a premium on this to global buyers. The primary purpose of House Bill 120 is to transform Wyoming's natural gas industry from a raw resource exporter into a high-value manufacturing powerhouse. House Bill 120.
Thank you, Representative. Any members want to voice opposition? 1 minute. Seeing no one headed for the microphones, Representative Campbell, if you'd like to take 30 more seconds, it's available to you if you'd like. Or Representative Tarver as they wrestle for who gets to do it first. Representative Tarver, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a fantastic bill. It's basically a fast track bill. So all we're trying to do is speed up the process in an area that the process has already been vetted. So if you like revenue and you want to fast track and sell more of Wyoming products, this is the bill.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill 120, Energy Product Reclassification and Sovereignty Act. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Klauston, Conley, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jervis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 60 aye, 1 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 120 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 96. Reading clerk.
House Bill 96, sponsored by Representative Haroldson.
First reading of the bill.
Carrying of concealed weapons, age requirement.
Representative Haroldson, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move House Bill 96 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, so currently in statute 6-H-104, J, we have a ability for the local sheriff to issue a concealed carry permit to an 18-year-old. But the situations and the reasons for that are pretty strenuous. This bill would remove that and put it back to an 18-year-old could apply for a concealed carry permit. The reason for this, an 18-year-old can go and fight and die for their country, yet they can't apply for a concealed carry permit. Some of the concerns I've heard, does this mean students are going to be carrying guns in their schools? Absolutely not. We already covered that last year with the elimination of gun-free zone bill. Since we did have the ability for 18s to have a concealed carry back then, we put in there that no student, when they are enrolled in a school, can carry in their school or any other K through 12 establishment. So this would just give that alignment of students that, not students, of adults that turn 18 to be able to apply for and get a concealed carry permit. One of the reasons I feel this is also important is with that comes an alignment with a training, an NRA, a training of an organization that gives the ability to use and properly carry a weapon or a hunter safety. So this gives these students another opportunity to be trained in how to handle that firearm. The more that we do that, the better. Would ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Any members want to speak in opposition? 1 minute. Seeing no members, Representative Harrelson. Oh, nope, we got one coming. Hang in there, ladies and gentlemen. We got 1 minute's worth of opposition. Representative McCann, please, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not really opposition, but a question. I believe it's federal law for you have to be 21 to carry a handgun. Are we going to create a similar problem that we did with that felony law that we had a couple years ago? I mean, I'm for the law, but we just need to be careful with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others in opposition or questions for 1 minute? Seeing none, Representative Harrelson, 30 seconds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So currently under law, we are issuing concealed carry permits to 18-year-olds. 18-year-olds do have the ability to carry a sidearm. They do not have the ability to purchase a sidearm, but if you go and you look, and this last year, there was a court case where it was in a federal court was ruled that 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and 20-year-olds have a constitutional right to not only carry but purchase sidearms. Now, do we have a full alignment with those organizations yet? That's in the works and process, but this is current statute that 18-year-olds can apply for and carry, and there are current 18-year-olds in the state carrying concealed carry.
Thank you, Representative. 30 seconds. Okay. Members, you are voting on House Bill 96, carrying of concealed weapons, age requirement. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp,
You can announce. I'll just announce the win.
Knapp, Larson, Lloyd, Larson, JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 57 aye, 4 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 96 has been introduced and is assigned to committee number 2, Appropriations. The next bill for your consideration is House Bill number 126. Reading clerk, would you please read the bill?
House Bill 126, sponsored by Representative Nyman.
First reading of the bill.
Human Heartbeat Act.
Speaker Nyman.
Representative Nyman, thank you. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 126. Would ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you today the Human Heartbeat Act. As you all well know, we had a decision that was just recently made that basically allowed uninhibited, unrestricted abortion in the state of Wyoming. Quite frankly, ladies and gentlemen, the state of Wyoming is currently on the exact same level as North Korea, China, I even mentioned down in the other meeting, New Jersey, to be able to actually have late-term abortions all the way up to delivery. This bill will prevent that in the fact that it will prevent only abortions up till a detectable heartbeat is found. At that point, there will be no more abortions in the case. And when you look at the bill, there are some preventatives. We've put a few things in there to be able to provide for the life and potential danger to the mother. But the reality of it is, this is basically a heartbeat bill. If the baby has an audible heartbeat picked up through standard medical procedures, at that point, the baby will no longer be able to legally be aborted electively. And so, I mean, we can go into some of the other portions of it here. I think some of this bill, as you read it, and we base this decision, ladies and gentlemen, primarily on our Article 1, Section 38 of our Constitution. The very same part is what they used to determine that abortion was a healthcare right. We are going to operate this under the subpart C, where it says the legislature has a ability to restrict when it sees the value of human life or a public interest in preventing the damaging of life. I will read this briefly for you for your edification. In State versus Johnson 2026, the Wyoming Supreme Court interpreted Article 1, Section 38 of the Wyoming Constitution to include a right to make healthcare decisions, but acknowledged that this legislature's authority under Article 1, Section 38C of the Wyoming Constitution to enact reasonable and necessary restrictions to protect the general welfare of people.
Time. Anyone in opposition? Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. So I think everyone knows where everyone's at on the policy. The question is this something that we want to keep spending our time during the budget session for? I understand the speaker's argument. Sorry, I understand the good representative's argument from where we are with regards to a court case, but I would also argue that it's still unconstitutional even within that direct portion. So got it. You want this policy, put in a constitutional amendment. I think that's the right way to go about it. If we're going to hear multiple social bills, I think we're going to be burning a lot of time on the most controversial subjects. And so that should be the question that you consider when you vote to introduce it or not. I do think if there's one thing that we should hear that's worth hearing, it would be a constitutional amendment, not several bills to try to fill in and then create new court cases over and over again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Anyone else in opposition? One more minute. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing no one jumping up, back to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments, but the reality of it is, ladies and gentlemen, this is the legislature. The legislature makes laws. If we clearly interpret our Constitution, it clearly states that this body has the ability to do exactly what I'm talking about here. Please, for the sake of those that cannot speak for themselves, I'm not asking you to stop all of them, sadly, but when that baby's heart begins to beat, this body has the right to restrict those opportunities or those restrictions on that movement and that impediment to that life. We have a stick interest. Thank you very much.
Chief Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Chestick? Tarver? Closing vote? Vote closed. 51 aye, 10 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 126 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 10, Labor. Thank you, Representative Chestick. I thought just for a second there, but anyway, moving on. All right, next bill for our consideration, House Bill 114. Reading clerk.
House Bill 114, sponsored by Representative Chestick.
First reading of the bill.
Railroad safety.
Okay, next, Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
2 minutes, sir.
I move House Bill 114 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is a bill that is an attempt to improve the public safety of Wyoming transportation systems, particularly the railroads. It does 3 things that are very important. First, it limits the length of trains from the current 1.5 miles is a standard train. It limits trains to 1.5 miles in length. It provides for requirements for wayside detectors. Wayside detectors are devices that measure the hot wheels as they go by in real time and can send signals into the cab if you've got a hot wheel, which could then seize up and cause a derailment. That's what happened in East Palestine. It was a hot wheel that seized up. A wayside detector there was not operational. Had it been operating properly, that could have been avoided. It also requires visual inspections once every 2 weeks, twice a week, which is the current practice. The Federal Rail Administration has granted a waiver to one of our railroads to move to twice every month. 4 times less inspections, which creates a risk for derailments. The problem here is that there's very lax federal regulation. The federal government is going backwards and allowing unsafe trains to be run in our Wyoming railroads. The wayside detector part is, I think, critical because the technology is existing and needs to be operational. If you don't like one of these 3 things, please go ahead and vote for the bill. We could talk about any of these 3 different pieces of it in committee, but let's get the bill introduced and increase safety in our rails. We don't want another Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Opposition, 1 minute. Representative Brown, Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to urge a no vote on this, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, I don't disagree with the purpose of the bill. I've got quite a few friends of mine that are inside the train yards and whatnot, and they wholeheartedly agree that there's some safety concerns and stuff like that. The problem is, ladies and gentlemen, we lack the authority. We don't have a regulatory authority over our rails in the state system. So no matter what we do with this particular bill, we're going to have to grow government to get us there. I think this is a much more suitable opportunity for something in the interim where we can actually discuss this with the people who may have the interest or may have the ability to do this. But right now, this bill is certainly not ready to take on the leap and grow government.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lean, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I as well echo the interim topic from the good representative. One of my concerns about this bill is, what about the conductors that conduct their own inspections around the state? Are they then going to be held liable for the penalties that end up here. Having talked to some good railroaders in my district, they're worried about some of the potential of the siding being pulled out of service, and that would then force them to carry longer trains. These freight trains would then go from potentially 6,500 feet to 8,500 feet. And do we have enough room in our small towns to be able to work that? Just a few concerns. Again, I echo the interim topic request.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Chestic, 30 seconds. Oh. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I say go ahead and vote for this bill. If it doesn't make it through committee, it needs to be an interim topic. It's really interesting. Thank you.
Members, you are voting on House Bill number 114, Railroad Safety. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Fornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Repeat. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Lean.
Representative Lean.
Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Reagans. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 14 aye, 47 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 114 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 119. Reading clerk.
House Bill 119, sponsored by Representative Rodriguez Williams.
First reading of the bill.
No foreign law in Wyoming.
Okay, Representative Rodriguez Williams, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 119 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Body, this bill is pretty simple. It codifies basically that Wyoming courts should never enforce foreign law that violates constitutional rights of Wyoming citizens. First, this bill defines foreign law as any law or legal system from outside the United States, including international tribunals or organizations. Second, the bill includes important guardrails and exceptions. Third, the bill updates Wyoming's venue statute for civil cases. It prevents courts from transferring a case to another venue if doing so would result in the application of foreign law that would violate or is likely to violate the constitutional rights of the parties involved. I urge and I vote.
Okay, 2 minutes in rebuttal, or excuse me, opposition. Representative Yin, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So for the good member that brought the bill, it feels like there's some overlap with the first bill that we introduced today. And I guess I need to know, is there overlap? Do we need two bills? Can we just deal with the bill that has already been introduced? Or is it going to take time to figure out what covers what? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Chestick, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a no vote on this. This basically repeals an entire course in law school called Choice of Law. There's a whole body of law about when different laws apply, and courts apply the appropriate law based on a set of rules that are well-defined, well understood, and this bill basically overturns everything and says that we know better than the courts about when, what law should govern a decision of a case. I think it's, therefore, I would urge a no vote.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rodriguez-Williams, 30 seconds in rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that courts follow the Constitution, and this bill makes sure that's true, even when foreign law is introduced. Clarity prevents bad outcomes before they happen, and we know that in this state, sometimes they can use a little help.
Time. Members, you are voting on House Bill number 119. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean,
Excused.
Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Lean, excused to aye. Connolly, no to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 39 aye, 22 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of elected members, House Bill 119 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 124. Reading Clerk.
House Bill 124, sponsored by Representative Locke.
Thank you, ma'am. First reading of the bill.
Property tax exemption reduction.
Representative Locke, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 124 and ask for your favorable consideration. This bill, as many of you recall, that we passed the bill 2 years ago, House Bill 45, where we put a cap on how much a property could go up. And that covered both your residential structure as well as the property. This is a simple bill. It is all I am proposing here. I propose that we take the 4% for the structure and the land, the residential land, and I propose that we take both of those to 2%. And I would ask for your favorable consideration on this and to push this forward and open the conversation. And let me give you a little bit of feel how the impact is. So 4%, just to give you a feel for that, that means it doubles every between 17 and 18 years. So by the time you hit the 28 to 29 year point, you've tripled your property tax. Basically, you've almost replaced your mortgage. And so what I'm asking is for consideration. Is 2 the right number? Is 3 the right number? I would argue that I'd like to get this moved down a little bit and make sure people feel like they actually own their homes rather than they constantly rent from the county. And so just to give you a feel for the numbers, 3% takes you to, it doubles every about 23 years. 2% lets it double every 35 years. So I wanted you all to be aware of that. Again, I asked for you to bring it to the floor so we can have an open conversation on this and see where we can put this. Thank you.
Thank you. In opposition, Minority Floor Leader Yin.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, so 4% was good because it kept us from dealing with those 50%, 20%, 100% increases. What happens when we dropped it 2%? We punish our younger homeowners, the people that want to buy homes now, the ones that are trying to start new families. We're going to say they're going to do worse than the people that have been here forever. So what I don't want to do is disincentivize young people from living in the state of Wyoming, from being able to buy and purchase their own home in the state of Wyoming. What this does is you put the property tax burden on them while you give the people that have been here and are older, you give them the advantage. When we already have those long-term homeowner programs, what we don't need is another one that hurts younger people and helps the older people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. In opposition, Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I just want us to kind of really be careful here. It's kind of like what we did with abortion laws. We had the fewest abortions in the country, 0.02%, lowest in the United States. And we passed laws that repealed those previous laws, and then they were ruled unconstitutional. Now we're the wild, wild west. Our abortion rates have gone up. This 4%, you'll recall just before we gathered down here, was going to be a lawsuit against it. And let's go back to the turn of the century, 2000 to 2019, the average was 2 to 3%. That's why most states in the union have done about a 4% cap. You push this too far, we're going to invite a lawsuit, and then the thing's thrown out, and then we got the wild, wild west going again. We're in a really good spot. We have done some really good work on this. And, 5 years ago, our phones were ringing off the hook. Not so much now. I think we've solved some problems, so I don't want to create a problem on a fix that we've done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
In rebuttal, 30 seconds, Chairman Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me hit that really quickly. First of all, we're not cutting the legs out from under government. We're trying to find a healthy glide path between how we're affecting homeowners and how we're affecting government. And the second thing is we're not going to heft that onto other homeowners. It doesn't have anything to do with that. And I want you all to think about that. So let's just leave it at 4%. You want to know how fast the 25% vanishes? Somewhere around 7 to 8 years. That 25% is gone and we're right back there. And you think, and I'm sorry, but we're not getting paid more in that time frame. Thank you very much.
Chief Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks,
Excuse.
Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft. Repeat. Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer. Repeat. Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Williams? Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 31 aye, 29 no, 2 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 124 has failed introduction. And the next bill for our consideration is House Bill 127. Reading clerk, would please read the bill.
House Bill 127, sponsored by Representative Nyman.
First reading of the bill.
Voter approval for a recreation mill levy.
Speaker Nyman.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move House Bill 127 and would ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something we currently have on the books. School districts can actually vote a mill levy on communities. And so here's what happens. We had a situation in my county that did not have this mill levy. There's only actually one other county in the state of Wyoming that doesn't currently have it. 2 other counties have portions of mills that they assess on a recreational mill. When the folks come in and when we passed the 25% reduction for everybody said, hey, money, everybody's got some more money in their pockets. So let's go and vote a mill and let's capture that money and put it back. And, it'll be a wash, even some folks said. Well, they pretty well thoroughly lit a lot of my constituents on fire up there. And the fact that a school board can simply can levy a recreational mill. Now, we're not talking about boat cheese or anything like that. We're just talking about specifically the recreational mill. And so this was an overwhelming outpouring of desire by my constituents to say, okay, if they want to go ahead and promote a mill, that's fine, but allow the voters to pass it. That's all this is. If they want to promote a mill, if they feel like it's necessary, then it's by the commissioners, it's placed before the voters, and it is voted on. And then every 4 years, which like a lot of our different taxes, there's a sunset. What I put in here was that every 4 years on each general election, and that's set, then it's revoted. And if the folks like it and it's doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, and they can provide good, answers as to whether or not it's providing the services and things that was then they'll revote it. If not, then this mill can go away by the vote of the people. It's simply allowing them to be able to opine on this, keep accountability, and make sure that those monies are being used and that the folks continue to support those monies being used in that way. Simple as that. Appreciate your support.
Anyone in opposition? Anyone in opposition? Seeing no one moving towards the mic, 30-second rebuttal, waived. Chief Clerk, if you would please read the roll call on House Bill 127.
Ellamand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Provenza, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 47 aye, 14 no, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members of the House, House Bill number 127 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 3, Revenue. Next bill for your consideration will be House Bill 81. Reading clerk.
House Bill 81, sponsored by Representative Geringer.
First reading of the bill.
Less is more Plate Act.
Representative Geringer, 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 81 and ask for your favorable consideration. This bill is 12 pages, but it really just removes the front license plate. More than 20 other states have no front license plate requirement, so I'll keep it simple and ask for your favorable consideration.
Any want to speak in opposition to that? Representative Sherwood, and man, you've brought, look at her run into the mics. Representative Sherwood, 1 minute, please.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to share with the body that this is a question that was debated during appropriations. We asked the agency, hey, is this a way we can create efficiency and save some funds? And if you look at the fiscal note, yes, that is the case. The flip side of that, and again, it's a policy consideration, is safety of our law enforcement officers. So when they're out in the field and they're doing traffic stops, it's a lot easier if they have the option to see plates on both the front and the back of the vehicle, run those plates and sort of know what situation they're getting into before they get out of the vehicle.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Washington, Chairman Washington, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in opposition to this idea. The whole purpose of license plates is to identify the owner of the vehicle, the status of the vehicle. And I can't tell you in the course of my law enforcement career how often it was that front license plate that I was able to recognize a stolen car or a vehicle associated with the crime. I think it's really an important tool for law enforcement, and it might look really great on your sports car not to have a front license plate, but it serves a vital purpose, and I'd encourage a no vote.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Geringer for 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand there's some concerns from some law enforcement, but others say it's not that big a deal. When you're doing traffic stops, doing patrols, things like that, they still have access to the rear license plate, especially when you're pulling in behind them on a traffic stop, pulling up behind them at a stoplight or anything like that. It's not limiting their authority. It's just something that makes it easier for, some of the antique folks. And if you want to support your local team, you can put your own kind of design plate on the front as well.
Time. Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill 81, Less is More Plate Act. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez-Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Bratton, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 38 aye, 23 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 81 has failed introduction. Next bill for our introduction consideration is House Bill 38. Reading clerk.
House Bill 38, sponsored by Representative Connolly.
First reading of the bill.
Pesticide registration fee increase.
Representative Connolly, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 38 and ask for your favorable consideration. This bill is to increase the fees for pesticide registrations in Wyoming. It is a fee, it's not a tax. This is for companies to do business in Wyoming. The current registration fees no longer reflect the real cost. Currently, Wyoming's fee is $140. Surrounding states are between $180 and $250. Other states are as high as $1,000. What this bill does then is increase the fee to $210. $195 will be deposited out of that, $195 into a special natural resource account, and then $15 of that's deposited in the pesticide education account. This is all run through the Department of Ag. This bill corrects an imbalance. It simply asks the manufacturers who seek access to Wyoming's market to pay a reasonable share of the cost of oversight. That is a fair, user-based approach that protects our limited state resources. I see this legislation as an emergency legislation because of the exigent issue Wyoming lands have being invaded by invasive species such as cheatgrass, ventonata, and medusa head. Ventonata aggressively competes with the native perennial grasses and desired forage, reducing forage quality and quantity for livestock and wildlife. Its invasion can decrease rangeland production by large margins, potentially over 50% where it becomes dominant. The funds run through the Department of Ag and allows weed and pest districts to utilize the funds. Under the State Allocation Committee, this additional fee is expected to generate $1 million or so for the biennium.
Time. Thank you, Representative. Anyone like to speak in opposition to Representative Connolly's bill? Seeing no one, Representative Connolly, you have another 30 seconds if you'd like to use them, ma'am. We're good. All right. Members, you're voting on HB 38 pesticide registration fee increase. Chief Clerk, please take the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Campbell Kevin, no to aye. Further changes? Weber, aye to no. Weber, aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 35 aye, 26 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 elected members, House Bill number 38 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 60. Reading clerk, please.
House Bill 60, sponsored by Representative Heiner.
First reading of the bill.
Attorney General elected.
Representative Heiner, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 60 and ask for your favorable consideration. The Attorney General is the state's top legal officer and law enforcement official, protecting and serving the people and the interest of Wyoming. They advise and represent this legislature and the executive branch agencies and act as the people's lawyer for the citizens. Of all the 50 U.S. states and the territories, there are only 5 states that appoint the Attorney General. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but we've talked multiple times about getting representation for some of the laws that we are passing as a legislature. And sometimes we feel like we're not being represented well or adequately enough. How often has Wyoming been involved as the Attorney General with other states collectively fighting against matters of national importance? This gives us an opportunity to discuss this as a group. If we allow introduction, it may not be the best avenue, but it's something that I think we should discuss by having an elected Attorney General that will represent the people and not be beholden to one individual, but be beholden to the whole state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lawley, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this bill and suggest you do the same. I practiced law for many years in the state with an elected attorney general, and there were things about that were not good. And in fact, the interests of the people were no longer served at all. Special interest groups came in from out of state and in state, and they elected their guy or their girl. So again, there's a lot of things fraught here, and this function is the same. It's how we get the person in that position that is changing with this bill. And I just give a word of caution, having lived under that for more years than I wanted to. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? Representative Larson, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've all heard the term would change from Attorney General to aspiring governor when you start electing an Attorney General. I would just ask you to all think in your own capacity now, how often have you been influenced contrary to what your gut's telling you because people back home are putting pressure on you and you're thinking, I've got to run for re-election, and if I vote this certain way, I'm not going to get reelected. And how can that not influence an Attorney General that's being elected? I think that is something that we need to try and avoid. We're human. And I think in any of the capacities where we're at, there's some frailties there and maybe things don't work just right. But I think going to an elected Attorney General really erodes the protection that they need to have to really represent and define law.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Heiner, 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Thank you. I appreciate that last speaker because that's my point exactly. If you have to face re-election, you're going to respond to the people's needs rather than just one individual upstairs. Of all the governors we have, only 16 are attorneys. So is it an aspiring step towards a governorship? Maybe not. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Ladies and gentlemen, you're voting on House Bill 60, Attorney General elected. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Campbell, Kevin,
Excuse. What? You got to be on.
Kevin,
You have to be on the floor, Representative. Thank you.
Chestick, Klauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Ornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 35 aye, 26 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 60 has failed introduction. The next bill for our consideration is House Bill 62. Reading clerk.
House Bill 62, sponsored by Representative Smith.
First reading of the bill.
The Christian Smith Safety Act.
Representative Smith, please, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 62 and ask for your favorable consideration. If you check your email, tons and tons of information, almost information overload. But the name of the bill came from the accident that my nephew had last February, so 1 year ago. Watching my brother and his family go through getting T-boned by a state vehicle or county vehicle that's in the state motor pool. I just see some things that haven't been updated since the early 80s. And this act was originally started in 79 at $500,000 per incident for their self-insurance. And so this bill changes it from the $250,000 that was changed in 84 up to $1 million. And it adds an automatic escalator to follow the consumer price index. This hasn't been changed in over 40 years. Some of the issues that I have seen is even if you believe you are insured, your own insurance, and you have underinsurance or for underinsured motorists, you won't be covered because according to state law, they are fully insured to the extent of the law. So that's something where I believe that there's scales of injustice, because if we wreck a government vehicle in the state can go after our insurance for more than the $250,000. And so just trying to catch up with inflation, and this won't help my family, but I hope it helps others that are going through similar tragedies.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Washut, Chairman Washut, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, your committee number 1 had this as an interim topic just 2 years ago. It's much more complex than you might think. Your municipalities, your counties, your special districts, they purchase their insurance. This will cost those entities taxpayer dollars to cover higher coverage. I also remind you that the individual minimum for auto insurance in the state of Wyoming is $25,000 in liability insurance. So if a loved one of yours gets hit by some driver on the highway, a state vehicle is probably going to have 10 times as much insurance coverage as maybe the person that runs into you downtown. So just keep in mind, if you vote for this, it's going to have pass-on costs that will be absorbed by your, or not absorbed, but will be spent by your taxpayers back home to cover this increased liability coverage.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? 1 minute. Opposition? Seeing none? No. Seeing none, back to the bringer. 30 seconds. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote your conscience.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill 62, the Christian Smith Safety Act. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Not, Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Larson Lloyd, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 48 aye, 12 no, 1 conflict, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 62 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 3, Revenue. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 101. Reading clerk.
House Bill 101, sponsored by Representative Stivar.
First reading of the bill.
Guardianship protections.
Representative Stivar, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 101 and ask for your favorable consideration. Guardianship protections. This come about, I had a lot of phone calls over the intern. From 93 to 98, we had an Office of Public Guardianship. That sunset in 98. Guardianship statutes haven't been looked at or touched for 30 years. I went back and was looking, and there's things that were left out that didn't move forward. Like, in no case shall costs or fees be allowed in the amount which is unreasonable, diminished the ward's estate, or substantially endanger the ward's financial independence. That was left out. I've moved that in here. I've also of having the guardians at least meet with their wards at least once a month. Some of these guardians don't even meet with them, and they're getting paid for it. Just like your case managers on the DD side. There's a requirement there. So that's what this bill's about. I've also added in, and we're in discussions with that, but USC 42406, ABC, whatever, that is the Social Security guidelines for somebody being a ward and you're having financial responsibility, the payee, representative payee, of what they can actually take out of the ward's account. Also, it is they have to report if the district court or one of the courts here assign a guardian, that guardian has to go out and notify whoever their ward's payee is that they are now their representative payee. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any opposition? 1 minute for opposition. Seeing none, Representative Stivar, would you like 30 more seconds? We're good. He's waving us off. Members, you're voting on what? House Bill 101, guardianship protections. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clauston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Hornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Block. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker.
He was, he's a commissioner, isn't he? And a former legislator. Aye, sorry.
Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
Having received an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 101 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 3, Revenue. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 123. Reading clerk.
House Bill 123, sponsored by Representative Clauston.
First reading of the bill.
Education Savings Account.
Representative Clauston.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 123. I ask for everyone's attention and your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is simply a trigger bill. When we look at the history of our ESAs, 2 years ago, we vetted quite extensively setting up an ESA based on income. In 2025, we repealed that and we did universal ESAs. That is currently in the courts. So for 2 years, we've supported educational choice in Wyoming, and no one is getting any of that. So I've worked with our department that supervises and specializes in education. What this would do, if we pass this bill would revert back to our 2024 bill. That $40 million based on your income would be there and we could start to administer it. If last year's bill in the courts is found constitutional, this bill would go away and we would be with the universal bill that we passed last year. So this is a way of ensuring that we keep the education savings accounts viable and running in Wyoming. Again, this has a price tag of $40 million, just like it did 2 years ago. The universal was $140 million. So all that money's been appropriated. So I'm just asking for your support. Let's give this educational choices back to our families. Let's have the program in place. All the computer work has been done. The department is ready to go. So I ask for your favorable consideration on this education savings account.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any members that would like to speak in opposition? No members. Representative Clauston, would you like to spend another 30 seconds? Good. You scared them all off. Okay, members, we are voting on House Bill 123, Education Savings Accounts. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clauston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Hornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Johnson.
Excused.
Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Johnson, excused to, no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 35 no, 1 excuse.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 123 has failed introduction. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill 117. Reading clerk.
House Bill 117, sponsored by Representative Lawley.
First reading of the bill.
Stop harm, empower women with informed notice.
Representative Lawley, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 117 for introduction and ask for your favorable consideration. As you heard earlier today, the Wyoming Supreme Court recently ruled our abortion ban, which was overwhelmingly passed by the legislature, as unconstitutional. So as we sit here today, abortion is fully legal in Wyoming. This bill seeks to protect women considering an abortion in 2 important ways. First, this bill, House Bill 117, seeks to protect women considering an abortion and that it ensures that the woman is provided the type of important and relevant information about abortion that she is considering so that she can give a truly informed consent. Secondly, it also provides private rights of action to protect pregnant women from being coerced into an abortion. Yes, indeed, some women are coerced in getting an abortion. It happens today. It's happened in the past. They are not, in fact, able to make their own decision about what they want to do about their unborn child. This bill will empower women, not the state, to enforce their own rights and to be fully informed and free from coercion. The bill takes into account medical emergencies. And again, I would ask for your support.
Thank you, Representative. Any others would like to speak against this bill? Opposition, 1 minute. Representative Chesty. Representative Chesty, opposition, 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this bill is unnecessary. It intrudes upon the relationship between the women and their doctors. Informed consent is already a well-established medical practice, and they have standards that we are going to try and interfere with. It's also, I think, an invitation to further litigation. We've already been through this before. This is another bill that says we don't like the decision of the court, so we're going to try and fight it every way we can. And I think it's time to respect the decision of the Supreme Court and allow the women.
Representative, we cannot call out specific agencies. Thank you, sir.
I think it's time to allow women to have their relationship with their doctor that's not being controlled by this body.
Thank you, Representative. One more. Representative Yin, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So members and to the good representative that brought the bill, I think this actually forces a specific type of speech from the doctors by forcing them to create this informed consent procedure, except with that one exception. I think that that creates its own constitutional concern, and I will probably likely see this in the court if it does pass through both houses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, it does not really create any First Amendment concerns. It was specifically drafted to avoid that. If that position was upheld, then every type of medical consent would have First Amendment concerns or could have. So that's not an issue. And again, the court speaks, but we have the right to continue as a legislature to pass the laws that we feel are necessary. And this law or this proposed bill does not in any way go against anything the court said. So I would say that there's nothing.
30 seconds time. Thank you,
Thank
Representative.
you.
Okay, members, you are voting on House Bill 117. Stop harm, empowering women with informed notices. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, I apologize. Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 53 aye, 8 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members of the House, House Bill 117 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 10, Labor. Next bill for your consideration is House Bill 121. Reading Clerk.
House Bill 121, sponsored by Representative Campbell, Kevin.
First reading of the bill.
Hydrogen severance taxation.
All right, Representative Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, I make motion to move House Bill 121, ask for your favorable consideration in it.
Please
Wyoming
proceed.
House Bill 121 is entitled the Hydrogen Severance Taxation. And basically what this does is it establishes a hydrogen tax for future hydrogen production, such as was mentioned in House Bill 120. Basically, House Bill 120 is the invitation. House Bill 121 is the cover charge. This establishes a state tax for hydrogen. It levies a state tax on the fair market value of the final hydrogen project produced for sale or profit. And this sets two specific rates. It defines two rates. One is a 9% tax rate, and that is applied to hydrogen produced from water. And then we have a 3% tax rate that is applied to hydrogen produced from coal bed, methane, natural gas feedstocks. The purpose of this is to protect our water and to provide revenue sources of taxation for our clean new hydrogen.
Is that it? All
That's
right,
it.
you got left time remaining. Anyone opposed? Representative Larson, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'd oppose this because the producers of the hydrogen that we see coming into this project are paying a severance tax on the natural gas that they're producing. And then they'd have to pay an additional severance tax? Or are we assuming that the producer or the manufacturers, if you will, refiners of hydrogen are a different entity than those producing the natural gas?
Any others? 1 minute left for a proposition. Seeing none, Representative Campbell, 30 seconds rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Larson. Yes, you are correct. We're creating two different things. We have our raw natural gas, which is taxed at a 6% severance, but then now we're creating hydrogen. So now we've got a brand new product. Now we're putting a tax on that brand new product. And the differentiation in there, Wyoming's water is valuable. So there is a higher premium on water-based feedstock.
Thank you, Representative. Ladies and gentlemen, you're voting on House Bill 121, hydrogen severance taxation. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemande. Allemande.
Allemande.
Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Fornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Provenza, are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 53 aye, 8 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 125, House Bill 121 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill 125. Reading clerk.
House Bill 125, sponsored by Representative Lucas.
First reading of the bill.
Business entity forced dissolution for fraud.
Representative Lucas, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move introduction of House Bill 125 and ask for your favorable consideration. It's a pretty easy bill. This bill will help to reduce some of the fraud that is happening in Wyoming from businesses that see us as easy pickings and want to open LLCs here and then start committing fraud. And yes, this is happening in Wyoming. Talked to a lot of bankers about this. So this would allow the department that handles the state affairs that secretary to administratively dissolve or revoke business entities who have been convicted of fraud. If a principal in that LLC, the owner or a board member or the business somehow is found and is convicted of committing fraud, the secretary of that entity would, I have a hard time with that part, would be able to dissolve that LLC administratively. Fraud in Wyoming hits real people. It's not something that just happens and nobody knows about it. It affects Wyoming citizens. So I encourage and I vote on this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little concerned about this bill because just because someone on the board of a company or whatever is committing fraud doesn't mean that the company itself is. That could just be in their private life that they're doing that. So I think this is way too broad and we should vote no on this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on first blush, I actually considered voting for this bill on introduction, but I think that if I committed fraud, I did my time, I served my sentence, I should still have the right to start a new business and try to achieve the American dream. With the ability to make amends for the faults that I had in the past. So I'm going to say no on introduction for this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lucas, 30 seconds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to be voting on House Bill 125, Business Entity Forced Dissolution for Fraud. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary. Repeat. Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa. Campbell, Elisa.
Excused.
Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Fornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson, Lloyd, Larson, JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Campbell, Elisa, excused to no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 33 aye, 28 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of elected members, House Bill 125 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 91. Reading clerk.
House Bill 91, sponsored by Representative Yin.
First reading of the bill.
Ban on government social scoring with AI.
Representative Yin, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 91 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, House Bill 91 is about protecting privacy and basic rights as government starts using more artificial intelligence across the board. First of all, the bill basically says you can't use AI to create a social score about people. We know about social scores in other places. It's not something that we want to make sure happens in Wyoming. This means an agency can't use AI to rate or rank someone based on their behavior or personal traits, and then use that score to treat them worse or punish them too harshly or limit their legal rights. Wyoming basically should never move to the same sort of system that, private industries can do what they want. That's their freedom. Government we should put a firm stance saying that we're not going to do that on government's dime. Secondly, the bill puts limits on AI tools to try to identify people using biometric data, fingerprints, face data, or voice prints. Also addresses AI systems that collect and search large number of photos or videos from the internet to identify someone as well. The bill basically says that the government shouldn't do this without consent when it would violate someone's right under the Constitution or the law. It's got clear definitions. It's basically a guardrail for the people against the state government.
Thank you, Representative. Any members for opposition for 1 minute? Representative Lean, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the bringer of the bill, in the fine print that everyone checks, they scroll, check the box, I agree, move on. Does that fine print give them the authority to then create the social score? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? Opposition, 1 minute. Seeing none, back to the bringer. Representative Yin, 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Any fine print that you and another private individual is a contract between you and that other entity. What I'm talking about is that the government can't do that when it comes to its citizens and people inside of it. So that's all it is. It's about the government and its people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Yin. Body, you are voting on House Bill 91, ban on government social scoring with AI. I would remind the body, I know it's getting late and people are getting tired, but although the clerk has supersonic hearing, extrasensory perception, she can't hear some of you. So you're going to have to speak up a little bit. And so please enunciate and project so that we can hear you clearly and get your vote registered correctly. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Alamand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Byler. Hornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Guggenmoss, aye to no. Further changes? Alamand, aye to no. Further changes? Brown, Gary, aye to no. Further changes? Wasserberger, aye to no. Campbell, Kevin, aye to no. Further changes? Brady, aye to no. Further changes? Bratton, can you confirm? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 44 aye, 17 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 91 has been introduced and is assigned to committee number 1, Judiciary. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill 27. Reading clerk.
House Bill 27, sponsored by Representative Filer.
First reading of the bill.
Continuity of Permitting Act.
Representative Filer, 2 minutes. And by the way, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was much better. Representative Filer, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 27 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, Continuity of Permitting Act is, how I brought this about is there's a lot of annexation in certain municipalities. And a lot of people have building permits already in the county and then they're getting annexed while they're doing their building project. A lot of times that changes the game, in the middle of the project. So what this does is say is if you already have your building permit stuff already started within the county and there's an annexation, it stays within that county's municipality till the project is complete.
Thank you, Representative. Any in opposition? 1 minute. Seeing none, Representative Filer, you're good, waving it off. Okay, members, you're voting on House Bill 27, Continuity of Permitting Act. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Banks.
Excused.
Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown, Gary. Brown, Landon. Byron. Campbell, Elisa. Campbell, Kevin. Chestick. Plouston. Plouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Bornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmass. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Wharf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Larson, Lloyd, no to aye. Banks, excused to aye. Further changes? Angelos, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Rodriguez Williams, no to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 37 aye, 24 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 27 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 80. Chief Clerk, or not, excuse me, Chief, reading clerk.
House Bill 80, sponsored by Representative Jarvis.
First reading of the bill.
Identification cards renewal for care facility residents.
Representative Jarvis, 2 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 80 and ask for your favorable consideration. This bill, what it does is it allows people who live in nursing homes and assisted living facilities to renew their IDs via their real ID, not driver's license, their real ID via mail, to extend it to the extent of the federal government's current requirements. And it doesn't allow them to change anything on the ID. You can't do that. You're just renewing an already existing ID. Then one, it allows them to not have to sit at the DMV. But more importantly, for those people who actually physically cannot get there, it allows them to still have the ability to vote. And I'm asking for this consideration because if this doesn't go through, this will impact my own father.
Thank you, Representative. Any members want to speak in opposition for 1 minute? Seeing no one at the microphones, Representative Jarvis, you have 30 more seconds if you'd like to opine.
I just ask for your favorable consideration so that Wyoming residents in their later years have the ability to continue to vote.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on House Bill 80, Identification Cards Renewal for Care Facility Residents. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Filer. Bornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmass. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Yin. Mr. Speaker. Are there any changes? Allemand, no to aye. Yin, excused to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 80 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 10, Labor. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 61. Reading Clerk.
House Bill 61, sponsored by Representative Strock.
First reading of the bill.
Cultivated meat prohibition.
Representative Strock is making her way to the podium. She's rounding, heading down the back stretch, home stretch. There she is. Representative Strock, 2 minutes. House Bill 80, or no, excuse me, House Bill 61.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 61, cultivated meat prohibition. Yeah. This bill would prevent lab-grown meat from being manufactured, sold, or distributed for sale in Wyoming. You know, this was our Representative John Eklund's bill last year and was very important to me. And as we have a MAHA movement, I think it's very important to everybody. Chemical manufactured meat is not good for us. And I would really appreciate all the support we could have on this for Wyoming and for the beef producers and agriculture, anyone, because I would hate to see them do this to lamb either. So, so if I could get everyone's support on this, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Singh, opposition, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the intention of this bill, and I, of course, want to support our legacy industries here in Wyoming. My concern with this bill is that human consumption is not really defined, and there are implications for cell culture technology in other fields, not just when it comes to edible cells, but it could be in the area of cosmetics. So using those types of cells that have been cultivated in order to test medicine instead of using a live animal. That is something that is on the table, a possibility. And so that's my concern, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others like to speak in opposition? 1 minute. Seeing none, Representative Strzok, 30 seconds.
Thank you. And again, this is about meat. This is about what we're going to eat. Has nothing to do about cosmetics. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on House Bill 61, cultivated meat prohibition. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, repeat, Chestick, Plouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strzok, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Brown, Gary, no, to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 49 aye, 12 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 61 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 5, Agriculture. Just for your information, ladies and gentlemen, we're just chatting with the Majority Floor Leader, and if it's you guys' pleasure, we'd like to run for about another hour. That'll put us about 6:30 because tomorrow evening, we're gonna have to quit early to attend the meeting down in the theater. So unless you guys want to really pull back in the harness, at least another hour, if we can get some more bills in. You good? All right, we'll proceed on. House Bill number 95, next bill for your consideration. Reading clerk.
House Bill 95, sponsored by Representative Haroldson.
First reading of the bill.
Concealed carry, colleges and universities.
Representative Haroldson, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, at this time, move House Bill number 95 and ask for your favorable consideration. So ladies and gentlemen, last year as we did pass the elimination of gun-free zone bill, one of the aspects of that was universities and community colleges in the state of Wyoming. Also a part of that, currently under statute, a concealed carry permit issued by the state of Wyoming is required. What I'm finding is I'm getting phone calls is a lot of students at our community colleges and our university are not from Wyoming. And so they may carry a concealed carry permit, but is not recognized at our universities or community colleges. And so what this bill would do, because the Federal Firearms Act does not put universities or community colleges into their standard for the requirement of a concealed carry permit, this allows constitutional carry for 21-year-olds and up. And if the other bill that we just talked about were to go through, it would require concealed carry permits for 18 to 21. And so this would just open up constitutional concealed carry, not open carry, for 21 and up on the universities and the community colleges.
Thank you, Representative Harrelson. Opposition, 1 minute. Seeing none, Representative Harrelson. We're good. It's waving us off. Ladies and gentlemen, you are voting on House Bill 95, concealed carry colleges and universities. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew,
Excused.
Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown Gary, Brown Landon, Byron, Campbell Elisa, Campbell Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Harrelson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Reagans, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Andrew, excused two. Aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 55 aye, 6 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 95 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Next bill for your consideration, House Bill 14. Reading clerk.
House Bill 14, sponsored by Representative Brown,
First reading of the bill.
protecting self-defense, reimbursement, and amendments.
Representative Brown, please proceed. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what this bill does is if a person has to use reasonable defensive force to defend themselves, and then they are taken to trial and found not guilty by self-defense.
Representative Brown, you'll need to move the bill first.
Oh,
It's on
sorry.
your desk right there. It should be.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
That's fine.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 14.
There you
ask
go.
for your favorable consideration.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Speaker, what this bill does is if a person has to defend themselves using reasonable defensive force and are taken to trial, and then they are found not guilty by reason of self-defense for defending themselves or another person, that person would recover their attorney fees and any expenses as well as their lost wages. Mr. Speaker, also this bill would allow that person to ask for the record to be expunged, and then the court would have to expunge that record. What this bill does not do, this bill does not stop that person from being investigated if they are not arrested they can continue to investigate that person and see if they actually were using self-defense. Also, this bill was carefully crafted to stand with the existing laws that we already have in our statutes. So this bill is a great bill for a person that would have to defend themselves.
Thank you, Representative. Any members would like to speak in opposition to this bill? Representative Washut, Chairman Washut. Go ahead, sir. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to speak from my own experience. The jury trials are unique experiences. And sometimes juries render verdicts that take you by surprise. And so it's quite possible for a prosecutor to bring criminal charges against someone and still have a jury turn around and make a decision that it was self-defense. I really worry that we put a terrible chilling effect on our prosecutors. They may be doing absolutely nothing wrong. They're not maliciously trying to prosecute a gun owner or a citizen of Wyoming based upon what they know, based upon that good investigation. But then the jury comes back, and now we're going to have our local communities paying out big judgments. I just think we ought to be cautious with this.
Thank you, Representative. One more opportunity, 1 minute for opposition. No one at the microphones. Representative Brown. 30 seconds, if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for a person that has reasonably defended themselves to understand that they have an opportunity to go on with their life without being destroyed by the process. We understand that we have people that try to use self-defense when in fact that is not the case. When they are investigated, there is plenty of opportunity for us to see whether they're guilty or not guilty.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill 14, protecting self-defense reimbursement and amendments. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, repeat, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmass, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Wharf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker.
Aye.
Are there any changes? Smith, aye. To no, further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 32 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 14 has failed introduction. Next bill for consideration, House Bill 92. Reading clerk.
House Bill 92, sponsored by Representative Lucas.
First reading of the bill.
Sexual predators prohibited from public office.
Representative Lucas, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move introduction of House Bill 92 and ask for your favorable consideration. In 2024, a man listed on the Wyoming Sex Offender Registry ran for the Board of Trustees of one of our community colleges. It happened to be in this county. He had been convicted twice of sexual abuse of a minor. Current law did not clearly prevent him from seeking office. He did have his voting rights restored, but is still required to be a registered sex offender. Public outcry convinced that person to withdraw from the race, but we know that it is possible that somebody who is in contact with children regularly can be voted into a public office, apparently. So this is a position of trust, being on a board of trustees, so on, so on. We know how many times those of us who are elected are in contact with children. We go to school events and all of this. And so this establishes a clear qualified standard. A person who's required to register as a sex offender is not eligible to be a candidate for a number of sensitive public offices, including mayor, city council, county commissioners, boards of trustees of schools. It does not affect us because that's a constitutional change. This also preserves clearly due process. At its core, this is about protecting children, but it is about protecting anybody from sexual assault. I respectfully ask for your support on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any want to speak in opposition? Seeing none. Representative Lucas, 30 more seconds. We're good. She's waving us off. Members, you're voting on House Bill 92, sexual predators prohibited from public office. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemande. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown Gary. Brown Landon. Byron. Campbell Elisa. Campbell Elisa.
Excused.
Campbell Kevin. Chestick. Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Feiler. Bornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean. Locke. Lucas.
Lucas.
McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Campbell, Elisa, excused to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 92 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 7, Corporations. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 42. Reading clerk.
House Bill 42, sponsored by Representative Smith.
First reading of the bill.
Duty to stop vehicle during accidents, amendments.
Representative Smith, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 42 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is about the third time I brought this bill. Last time it was called the Hit and Run Responsibility and Penalties. It passed this chamber on third reading 60-0 with 2 excused. And I have broadened the scope to go from pedestrians only for hit and run to anyone that has been injured in a vehicle that has caused either bodily harm or death. So you can be walking or in another vehicle, but it just requires that you stop and you don't have a hit and run, and it spells out the penalties. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any members opposition? Seeing none. Representative Smith, 30 more seconds. Okay, he's waving us off. Members, you are voting on House Bill 42. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? And, excuse me. Allemand? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton? Brown, Gary? Brown, Landon? Byron? Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? Justick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Byler? Hornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly, excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 42 has been introduced and is assigned to committee numbers 8, Transportation. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 100. Reading clerk.
House Bill 100, sponsored by Representative Storer.
First reading of the bill.
Nonprofit corporations, remote participation.
Representative Storer, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 100 and ask for your favorable consideration. The idea for this bill came from one of my constituents, a particularly eagle-eyed attorney, who noted a discrepancy in our Title 17 statutes related to corporations found in Chapter 19 in the Wyoming Nonprofit Corporation Act. House Bill 100 inserts the same language that's found in Article 8 that allows directors of nonprofit corporations to meet remotely into Article 7, such that regular and special meetings of the members of a nonprofit corporation can be also held remotely. This will apply to such organizations that fall under 501c section of the U.S. Internal Revenue Code that gives nonprofit organizations federal income tax exempt status. Here in Wyoming, that may include public charities where members elect the board and approve bylaw changes, membership-based 501c 4, 5s, and 6s, such as civic leagues, labor unions, trade or business organizations, homeowner or property owner organizations, religious nonprofits with voting congregations, parent-teacher associations, cooperatives, and credit unions, and fraternal organizations. This bill will allow those memberships to conduct meetings legally using any means of communication by which all members participating may simultaneously communicate with one another rather than mandate they meet in person. That's it.
Thank you, Representative. Any members who would like to speak in opposition, 1 minute? Seeing none, Representative Storr, 30 seconds if you'd like.
I think
to
we're
finish your
done.
thought. You're done. Okay. Waving us off. We're making time here. Members, you are voting on House Bill 100, nonprofit corporations, remote participation. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No.
are there any changes? Allemand, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 31 no, 1 conflict, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of elected members, House Bill 100 has failed introduction. Next bill for consideration, House Bill 77. Reading clerk.
House Bill 77, sponsored by Representative Filer.
First reading of the bill.
Zoning protest petition repeal.
Representative Filer, 2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 77, ask for your favorable consideration. House Bill 77 is just a petition protest that we talked quite a bit about last year, bringing it back. It's pretty much repealing 15-1603. If there's a protest that gets a change or a regulation restrictions or a district boundary signed by a mayor or various other districts owners of 20% or more of the area of the lots included in the proposed change of those immediately adjacent within district 140 feet. The change is not effective except upon the affirmative vote of 3/4 of all the members of the governing body and determination of the 140 feet. So what this does is after somebody goes through the whole process, goes through a zone change, waits their 45 days or whatever those processes are that are written in 15-1602, what it does is a developer, that builder, or if you're wanting to build something on your own land, you need a zone change and you want to go through the process. If 20% of your surrounding neighbors doesn't want you to do that, they can do a petition protest to stop your project right there on your land. So this is actually a very large private property rights issue. And if we can get rid of this part of the statute, it'll actually help out a lot of people and everybody that wants to build on their own land, but also keeping all the regulations and the powers and the rules within that city or town in order to do a zone change correctly and still have the rights of the citizens to protest the project. I think that's it there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone want to speak against? Seeing none, Representative Filer, 30 more seconds.
Go ahead, vote.
Waved it off. House members, you're voting on House Bill 77, zoning protest petition, repeal. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Feiler, Hornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft. Repeat. Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, repeat, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
No. No.
are there any changes? Chestick, no, to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 35 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 77 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 97. Reading clerk.
House Bill 97, sponsored by Representative Haroldson.
First reading of the bill.
Second Amendment, Financial Privacy Act amendments.
Representative Haroldson, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move House Bill number 97 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, entitled Second Amendment Financial Privacy Act Amendments, really what this is, high level, is it's eliminating the ability for merchant category codes to track firearm purchases or the purchase of firearm components. And the reason this is important is because we do not want in any way, shape, or form at any time there to be a publicly compiled record of firearm purchases. So when we look at your FFL dealers, you might say, well, yeah, you do the background checks and all that. Yeah. Interestingly enough, every single FFL holds their records in their possession as an FFL. It does not go into a federal database. It is not something that we compile. So it's incredibly important that we do not have a digital trail to follow firearm purchases. And the reason why this bill is needed is because currently that can be done. It can be done and it can, those lists could even be collected. So at this point in time, I would ask for your favorable consideration and let's close this loophole that could potentially hurt our Second Amendment rights and put a digital trail on firearm purchases.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Yin, opposition, 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I voted for this bill last year. I think there was a different representative that ran the bill, and I did vote for it on third reading. I guess it did die in the other body by a vote. And so I guess if we're going to spend more time during the budget session on it, are we going to expect a different outcome this time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sherwood, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the ways that NASDAQ code is helpful is for businesses who are looking to come in and open and either expand or add a product to their lineup, right? And so if there is, say, a gun manufacturer or somebody who makes ammunition, they will miss out on the data that's collected that says, is this a need in the community or is the market saturated? So just wanted to give an example of where the code and the tracking of this information is actually helpful, and it informs a business to make a decision whether it's going to invest and grow in an area.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Haroldson, 30 seconds rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to answer a couple of the questions, last year, we got it basically across this body's finish line, but not the other body. I will do my due diligence to make sure that I will not ask for it to be pulled into the committee of the whole until I've had a conversation and have assurance that I feel we could get it through the other body. I'll say that. The second thing is this, and obviously I can't promise anything but I will go and I will have those conversations. The other thing is this, the need for the data. So there is still the ability for them to be able to broadly grab this data. But what we need to be careful of is that individual transaction.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill 97, Second Amendment Financial Privacy Act amendments. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Klauston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmass, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 59 aye, 2 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 97 has been introduced and assigned to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 59. Reading Clerk.
House Bill 59, sponsored by Representative Lean.
First reading of the bill.
Bond election language process.
Representative Lean, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. This bill is the same bill that we passed out of the House and down the hallway last year. It does have the good
Hey,
amendment.
Representative Lean, I'm sorry, you did not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 59 and ask for your favorable consideration. Again, this is a bill we did pass out of this body last year, and it does have the good amendments that this body helped me to better the bill with. We're hopeful that our counterparts will be able to take it up in their cow this year. This is for bond election language to take out any adjectives, to make the language true and impartial. We had a ballot in the 2024 election that mentioned things like aging and outdated, much needed space, aging and failing, the dilapidated, and those ones passed on our ballot. There was 8 measures and all of them that had the adjectives in them passed. And the ones that did not, that were just a very true and impartial language, did not pass. And so I'm asking for your favorable consideration today to make all bond language requests on a ballot true and impartial language.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any members that would like to speak against this? Representative Geringer. 1 minute, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's more of a question than anything. As I reread the language from last year and now this year, it strikes me that true and impartial is pretty nebulous. I'm wondering what the standard is that could be used to actually define true and impartial.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Larson, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the bill. How are our local governments supposed to explain the condition of infrastructure or services that are failing or aging? I mean, those are things that voters need to know, so that way they can make an educated and an informed decision on those pieces of information.
Thank you, Representative. Back to the bringer. Representative Lean, 30 seconds for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. True and impartial, we're just looking to get rid of the adjectives. We're looking to, for an example, would be 4,430,000 in interest earned there onto the city of city of where I live, to partial funded costs associated with the replacement cost of Fire Station 1. A true and impartial. It gives you what the money's going to be spent on and for what. Please help me snip the heartstrings and give voters the opportunity to make a fact-based decision for their money.
Time. Thank you, Representative. Body, you are acting on or voting on House Bill 59, bond election language process. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Brady. Bratton. Brown, Gary. Brown, Landon. Byron. Campbell, Lisa. Campbell, Kevin. Chestick.
No.
Clouston. Connolly. Davis. Erickson. Repeat. Filer. Bornstrom. Geringer. Guggenmoss. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Heft. Jarvis. Johnson. Kelly, excused. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lean.
Aye.
Locke. Lucas. McCann. Nicholas. Ottman. Pendergraft. Posey. Provenza. Riggins. Rodriguez Williams. Schmid. Sherwood. Singh. Smith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Thayer. Washut. Wasserberger. Webb. Weber. Worf. Williams. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Williams, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye, 24 no, 1 excused.
Having failed to receive the affirmative vote of 2/3 elected members, House Bill 59 has failed introduction. Next bill for our consideration, House Bill 66. Reading clerk.
House Bill 66, sponsored by Representative Singh.
First reading of the bill.
Judicial Deference Agencies.
Representative Singh, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 66 and I ask for your favorable consideration. I bring this bill to you all, considering two of the big concerns that I heard from the #1 committee over the interim. The first was that the people want us to maintain an independent judicial system, that they don't want they want the separation of powers to remain intact, both from the executive branch and the legislative branch. And so that was one of the consistent themes we heard as we were attempting to think about some changes that we could make in how our Supreme Court works. And so that is an important issue for one side of folks. And then on the other side of things, the influence of the executive branch in the judicial system is also something that needs to be addressed. The influence of agencies specifically, that a court would defer to what an agency has to say in order to make a ruling. This bill tackles both of those issues at once by putting into statute de novo judgment, which means that they look at things in a new light from scratch. It removes the thumb of the agencies from any decision making, and really it emphasizes, if we pass this, it emphasizes the legislative findings in any of our bills. So this allows for us to have the opportunity to reassert another check as a legislature. And so I ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Chestick.
Thank
1
you, Mr.
minute.
Speaker. I speak on and against this bill. I would like to, I teach this stuff in my classes at the law school. This is a legislative interpretation, statutory interpretation question. And I think the bill fundamentally misunderstands the role of deference. This is what we call Chevron deference. The courts do not have to defer to anybody. They have the power to interpret according to the rules of statutory interpretation. And they do that if the plain meaning of the bill is clear. They don't ever defer to anybody. They enforce the plain meaning. That's you want them to do that? Well, they do that already. That's the whole point of interpretation. If the language of the bill is unclear, then they have a series of tools that they can apply to decide what the legislative intent was. One of those tools is deferring to an agency if they want to.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any others? 1 minute to oppose. Seeing none. Representative Singh, you got 30 seconds to straighten all that out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for that previous testimony as well. All I can say is that this codifies the practice of de novo review, which in my opinion would be a net benefit for Wyoming. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you are voting on House Bill 66, Judicial Deference for Agencies. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer, Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Knapp, excused to aye. Further changes. Thayer, no to aye. Further changes. Wasserberger, excused to aye. Further changes. Further changes. Yin, no to aye. Further changes. Larson Lloyd, no to aye. Posey, no to aye. Jarvis, no to aye. Further changes. Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 51 aye, 10 no, 1 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 66 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee Number 1, Judiciary. Next bill for our consideration is House Bill 90. Reading clerk.
House Bill 90, sponsored by Representative Strock.
First reading of the bill.
State Engineer, Consumptive Water Use Study.
Representative Strock, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move House Bill 90 And this bill requires the state engineer to complete a study on water use that the water is permanently removed from the water cycle. And it does include like data centers, carbon capture technology, and hydrogen production and other uses that prevent the return of the water to the cycle. Wyoming is an arid state, and we all know that we're really facing right now some real drought. And this is going to just to really find out how much and how they're using all these different things. I have talked and spent some time with the department that will help with this or in favor of it. And just would ask for some favorable consideration in this bill.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone to speak in opposition for 1 minute? Seeing none, Representative Strack, 30 seconds if you like.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this bill is not stopping any of those different technologies, any of the data centers. It's just really, and for the hydrogen and everything, it's just really to find out how much water we will be consuming, and then for us to make an educated decision on this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Members, you're voting on House Bill number 90. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand, Andrew, Angelos,
Excused.
Banks, Bear, Brady, Bratton, Brown, Gary, Brown, Landon, Byron, Campbell, Elisa, Campbell, Kevin, Chestick, Clouston, Connolly, Davis, Erickson, Filer,
Excused.
Bornstrom, Geringer, Guggenmoss, Haroldson, Harshman, Heiner, Heft, Jarvis, Johnson, Kelly, excused, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Lean, Locke, Lucas, McCann, Nicholas, Ottman, Pendergraft, Posey, Provenza, Riggins, Rodriguez Williams, Schmid, Sherwood, Singh, Smith, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Thayer, Washut, Wasserberger, Webb, Weber, Worf, Williams, Winter, Wiley, Yin. Mr. Speaker,
Aye.
are there any changes? Angelos, excused to aye. Further changes? Bear, excused to aye. Oh, excuse me. Bear,
No to aye.
no to aye, excuse me. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 57 aye, 3 no, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill 90 has been introduced and is assigned to Committee number 5, Agriculture. Next bill for our consideration and last bill of the evening will be House Bill number 68. Reading clerk.
House Bill 68, sponsored by Representative Stivar.
First reading of the bill.
Veterans exemption.
Representative Stivar, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move House Bill 68, Veterans Exemption. This is the same bill I ran last year, but I ran it as a constitutional amendment. We got it through the House, about 57 votes, ayes on it. The Senate went across the hall here and they didn't like the constitutional amendment part and wanted it as a bill. It's if you're 100% total and permanent through the VA, doesn't matter. If you go to the VA and they deem you 100% total and permanent, no property tax on up to 10 acres. That's all this is. So I'd appreciate your support.
Thank you, Representative. Any members would like to speak in opposition? 1 minute. Seeing none, Representative Stivar, 30 more seconds if you'd like to use them. He's waving it off. Members, you're voting on House Bill number 68, Veterans Exemption. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellement? Andrew? Repeat. Angelos? Banks? Bear? Brady? Bratton?
We have one.
Repeat. Brown, Gary? Brown, Landon? Byron? Campbell, Elisa? Campbell, Kevin? Chestick? Clauston? Connolly? Davis? Erickson? Feiler? Bornstrom? Geringer? Guggenmoss? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Heft? Jarvis? Johnson? Kelly, excused. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lean? Locke? Lucas? McCann? Nicholas? Ottman? Pendergraft? Posey? Provenza? Riggins? Rodriguez Williams? Schmid? Sherwood? Singh? Smith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Thayer? Washut? Wasserberger? Webb? Weber? Worf? Williams? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Mr. Speaker, are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 58 aye, 1 no, 1 conflict, 2 excused.
Having received the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the elected members, House Bill number 68 has been introduced and is assigned to committee number 3, Revenue. Okay. Committee announcements. We have one. Committee report. Where's the committee report? Yep, got it. Reading clerk.
House Bill 32, sponsored by Transportation, English proficiency, commercial motor vehicles, drivers, and act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred House Bill 32, English proficiency, commercial motor vehicle drivers, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Brown, Geringer, Larson, McCann, Nicholas, Posey, Tarver, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
Okay, we need our committee announcements. Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, will meet tomorrow at noon recess for House Bill 83, House Bill 84, House Bill 52, and if time permitting, House Bill 16.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Washut, Judiciary, number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 1 will meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning down in the extension room number 1. We'll take up 2 bills, House Bill 8 and House Bill 9.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Andrew, number 4, Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow, Wednesday, February 11th, upon noon recess in Capitol Extension Room 3 to hear 3 bills. House Bill 23, participation in K through 12 activities. House Bill 24, review of charter school applications. House Bill 25, Wyoming's Tomorrow Scholarship Program amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Vice Chair Pendergraft, number 2, Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your committee number 2, appropriations, will meet upon noon recess tomorrow. Room 301 upstairs. We will be considering House Bill 78, Forest Health Grant Program.
Thank you, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your
Your committee number 9, Minerals, will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the Belfouche Room. If you haven't figured out where that is, go look. We'll deal with four bills: House Bill 5, House Bill 56, House Bill 43, and House Bill 22.
Okay, any other committee announcements? Ag's good. Committee number 10. Representative Williams, Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 10 will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to hear House Bill number 4 and House Bill number 6.
Thank you. Any other committee announcements? That's it. Chief Clerk, are we good? Does that clear the deck? All right. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 11th.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor of adjourning till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for the third day of the budget session 68th National Legislature. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. That's close. Meeting adjourned.
Mr. Speaker, can I get a quick informal?
Oh,
from the
yeah.
Floor?
Oh, yeah. Representative Singh, you got something you'd love to bless us all with. isn't it?
Yes,
Please.
yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And he thought he was going to get away from it today, but we happen to have a birthday in the House today. It is Representative Gary Brown's birthday. So I don't know if we have a volunteer, Representative Brown.
Yep. Warm up the pipes, everybody.